What's good? What's good? I had a couple of things to handle real fast. How are you doing, fish dude? Waiting for stream, huh? Well, today we're gonna work on detonation round number 33. But first, I was gonna take the rocket rover out for a bit because I've been doing a bit of I've been saving up a little bit of fuel, as you noticed. Tired as always. You know, sometimes it do be like that. But been saving up a little bit of fuel, and I've been doing a lot of flying in this beast. Shot King, hello. Well, not this guy specifically. I've gone through like 3 rocket rovers and lost. I've lost like 3 rocket rovers. So yeah, it has been a bit. Haven't been able to stream a whole lot, but you know, here today, here now. This guy has a ton of fuel in him, so definitely very good for interplanetary expeditions. And I'm gonna use the fuel in my backpack to refuel this guy once we get up to the top, so that way we start out with the full tank. Guess how many puns you have? Probably all the puns. If last stream was any indication. The good news is I figured out how to reliably get to about 350 puns. Goodness, that's a fair amount of puns. The good news is I've discovered 5 borders actually. There's not 3 borders like I previously had mentioned. There's 5 borders, and the first 3 are the same, but then there's the 2 additional ones that I've discovered, and I figured out how to reliably get to each planet with the rocket rover. So we'll show a little bit of that off because I'm recording, and I want to make sure that I have at least a little bit of a record of how this goes. And it's gonna take a while, so I'm gonna engage the booster. Oh, thank you. I'm here all week. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm just gonna speed it up a bit because, boy howdy, does it get slow. And when you have rocket boosters, it's just too tempting to not use them. Haven't engaged the auto armor or any of the fueling yet. I actually had an interesting moment. I was using the rocket rover, and I was actually right by Silva, which is the starting planet. Sorry, I had to sneeze there for a second. Okay. 350 puns, about 150 dark jokes, about 60 confusing questions is all you have for now. Well, I am sure that will be enough for this one stream. Get more puns? I'm sure you will. Meantime, I'm gonna enable all of my fuel tanks, because I don't want to run out of fuel anytime soon. I'm probably only going to go through 1 or 2 of these medium canisters, but just to be on the safe side. I had an interesting moment in Silva Space where I realized that I had not enabled all of my fuel tanks, and I had just been running off of the extra hydrazine that I had placed on the outside of the fuel tanks. So I ended up in Silva Space with less than 1 hydrazine. So what I had to do is I had to slow down, get out in the middle of space, turn on all my tanks, and then get back in my rover. That was interesting to pull off. I almost lost the rover twice. Should be sleeping right now, but you won't, and be right back. Alright. Anyway, I'm going to get started and get going right here. So right here, that's the triangle. And I've had some success in going here to Novus. So I'm gonna try to get to Novus through here, instead of going directly to the triangle. And yes, I've gotten much better at controlling this thing. So, while we're departing Glacio, we'll be back here later. and I've got all the stuff I need because my auto arm is running, my fuel tanks are running, so we are all good. We got plenty of fuel, got plenty of space to run through. These things are these rocket rovers, they're fast. Efficient? Definitely not. But definitely very, very fast. Pretty sure I'm heading in the right direction. Last time I went this direction, I hit Novus pretty quickly. So, welcome back. We are in the middle of space. You're gonna hit something, I think. Still kind of sketchy because we're still discovering all of the planets and figuring out how to get to all of them. But, you know, it's not like we don't have enough fuel to play around with. Because see right there, the auto arm just refuels all my my rockets automatically. Tomorrow you go into the cabin? Oh, that's good. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, I figured that was what you meant. I'm not entirely sure if this is the correct direction, but if I recall correctly, this is the right one. You're gonna lurk in the woods. Goodness. You should build a fort out of some old logs while you're out there. Why am I turning? But yeah, so there's not a whole lot that's going on with that. There's not a whole lot that's going on in the middle of this rover flight, but I do feel like we should have hit Novus by now. Not entirely sure what's going on with all that, but we'll should be okay, but you know. Anyway, if you'll notice, we have actually slowed down. Things naturally slow down in space in Astroneer, which is not necessarily a good thing. Oh, we just hit a planet. And is it Novus? Oh no, we hit triangle space. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop for a second. Okay, wait a second. We're in triangle space. Or it should not happen, but alright, we're just gonna go to the triangle real fast then. I'm really not sure I do get what you mean, I'm sorry, man. How am I? I'm doing fantastic. Got the rocket rovers down to a fairly reliable science for now. And even though it's kind of difficult to still get all the controls, I think we hit triangle space at an odd angle. So we're gonna head to the triangle, head over to so if Glacio's like right in the center of my screen right about now, then like DeSolo's on the other side of it, and then Novus is on the other side. So I'm gonna try to go to DeSolo because DeSolo is like the key to the rest of the solar system from Glacio. Forest plus fire equals fiery something. I don't know, man. I ain't following. I'm sorry. But so far I've been using the triangle as a fairly central navigation point, but it seems to me that all the planets are lined up in a row. Yeah, I don't get it. I'm sorry, man. I don't have all the references. I grew up under a rock. Well, it is what it is. I'm sure it is, man. I just don't know what it is. That's all. That's a raccoon, I know that. Slowing down a little bit. So, earth and fire. How about water and air? Got the other two elements. Toasty? Okay. Are you saying that you're gonna be toasty? I really don't know, man. So yeah, that's the triangle right there, right above the sun, and so the way I figured it out is each planet seems to have its own box, and the boxes seem to all be on this side, and they seem to be like lined up with Glacier right there, the Novus right there, and Desola right there, Silva, then Visania, and it's going to this side has proven entirely fruitless. Going down has proven fruitless, and going to like straight to either side has proven fruitless. I noticed whenever we've come out of a planet into triangle space, we're coming from this direction, regardless of where we end up actually starting. So regardless of what planet, whenever we manage to make it to triangle space, it feels like we're coming from that direction. So it's kind of difficult to understand everything, but that's a pretty close approximation of what we got. But I can reliably make it over to Glacio, and once we hit Glacio, then I'll head over to probably Novus, or sorry, probably DeSolo. As through DeSolo, you can go to Silva, and then Visania, and then Aatrox, or sorry, Calidor, and then Aatrox. You're super tired? I'm sorry, bro. I hope you can get to sleep soon. I'm gonna speed things up a little bit here. I do have to be careful because I can't just go too fast, because then I'll lose my trails. Morning, you'll forget about this and you don't know how. Why will you forget about all this? All right. Now we're basically at the triangle, essentially, and now we're just outside the gravity bubble that the triangle has. So we're gonna go to Glacio. That's a lot of fish. Holy cow, that's fishy. Also, using thrusters on this does seem to produce some sort of phantom motion, and I don't really entirely know why, but wiggling back and forth does seem to cancel it out, so it should be... That's how I've been doing it. All the dead fish? Goodness. I'm sure your Lord Fish Dude would not be happy at all. But yeah, we've got this splendid rocket rover that we're using, and we'll head straight over to Glacio. Speaking of Glacio, here's Glacio. I don't know why, but it wants to turn the other direction. It never wants to turn in the direction you want it to go. It never wants to turn in the same direction you want it to go. So we're gonna go that way. Once we can slow down. Oh, we just hit Novus. And I left the thrusters running accidentally. You can say something, but you won't. Alright. Well, I mean, you are free to say whatever you want. So we just hit Novus. So if we go back that direction, we will hit Glacio again. So we should hit Glacio, and then I'm going to keep going, and we're going to just wait till next week. Alright, wait till what's going on next weekend. Is that your camping trip? At the cabin? There's Novus, the partially destroyed Novus. We'll hit Glacio fairly soon here. Then all depends. Alright, well, I'm sure you'll be great. I don't know why, but all of a sudden my nose starts running the instant I start streaming. Completely fine. Then I hit the stream button, and bang, starts running. Why? Bombarding you with the puns you will the next weekend. All right, hey dude, if you want to do that, go for it. I enjoy my fair share of puns. Oh my gosh. Nose. And I'm moving fairly slowly. So we're gonna hit the thrusters here. We want to get some speed going. We hit Novus really going really fast, so we're a little bit into Novus space. Yeah, now Novus is unloading, and you can actually kind of see the core sticking out there. Kitty wants to say hi? Well, tell the kitty hi for me. I love kitties. They're cute. Can't ever have a kitty, because allergic and all that. Okay, so we're here. I'm gonna head so that I'm directly parallel to Glacio. Roughly. Right about there, and then this should be directly on course to DeSolo. DeSolo. I'm gonna turn like that, so we're nice and level. And here we go. DeSolo, here we come. Shall I give the Cato Trito to the Tonko Cato? Of course. All the Tritos. I don't even know why that's a question. Because if you don't give the Cato a Trito, then the Cato will murder you in your sleepo. Max 5. Max of 5 treats? Well, give him 5 treats then. Oh, and here we are at, should be DeSolo. No, we made it in triangle space. Hold on. Astroneer is not behaving like it was earlier. Get ourselves oriented again. That should be the direction of DeSolo. Right there. Well, here we are in Glacio space. I know that way is Novus. So DeSolo has to be this way. Getting the rover to face the direction you want it to face is so much of a battle. Stop moving like that. Especially when you're maneuvering at high speeds. I don't know why. Donkey Cat has been given the treats. That's good. The cat gods are now appeased. Alright, here we go. Right there, that should be DeSolo. Man, it takes a few tries. So the rocket rovers are to the point where they are definitely a replicable technology, but they're still kind of in their infancy of trying to figure out how to do things and how to land on things. This can land on every single planet, and we just made it back into triangle space again. For once, I don't want to go into triangle space, game. Now Chonky Cat give threat unless more treats. Well, I told you to give him the max. Did you not give him the max? Alright, we need to get going back that same direction. You did? Well, that's good. Then don't worry about the threats. Even though the cat knows where you sleep. Well, I mean, who's at the max? It demands pets, treats, and nibble on your ear. Well, I mean, definitely the pets and treats. Nibbling on the ear, not so sure on that one, but definitely pets and treats are easy answer. It's kinky? Alright. I don't know why you're fetishizing animals, but okay. Sorry, just had to handle something real fast. Let's get this thing back on the road here, shall we? What would you be searching up? I'm confused. You there or fifth house base? What? I don't. Are you okay, bro? I don't know. Can't spell? Clearly. Alright, we're gonna head over to, we should be almost to Glacio. And then we should hit DeSolo after going into Glacio space. And turn about here. No, you're not okay? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe if you give the cat pets, then you'll be okay. Either way, this trajectory should end us up at a planet. And if it's Glacio again, I swear, he's only gonna go away. Why is he only gonna go away if you pet him? If you pet him, then, well, he's been demanding pets, right? So, clearly he's not gonna go away if you pet him. I'm gonna go down a little bit. Cats are weird. Cats are indeed very strange. Oh, no, no. I need to slow down. I almost lost my trails there. If I'd kept accelerating any further, I would have lost them completely. The trails really are helpful because they help tell me where I'm going and roughly how fast I'm going there, so I need them. But man, today I can't seem to get away from Glacio. One of your cats have eaten fish dude minions. Wow, alright. I didn't know there was a war going on. Yeah, I know. I got the idea. Fish Lord's minions. I didn't know there was a whole darn war going on. Have you not got the news? I don't follow the news, man. Too depressing. So, no, whatever the news is, I haven't gotten it. Alright, come on, we should hit something. I'm gonna turn in farther. This should definitely hit something. And we're gonna head down a little bit lower. Fish-eating cats get fish from their owner, which fish lords... Fish dude's minions. What? Fish-eating cats get fish from their owner, okay. Which lord fish dude's minion. Which fish lord's fish dude's minions. That is probably the most confusing sentence I've read all night. Alright, we're gonna hit something for sure. I don't know what we're gonna hit, but we're gonna hit something. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, honestly, man. So, with the help of another streamer, we have actually determined that each planet has boxes. They're not spheres, they're boxes, and because we found actual corners of said boxes of actual like space. And actually, he was one of the owner fish lord's minions, and give the fish to the cat. That sense does not make sense grammatically. Wait. Yes, we're at Calidor. We just got to Calidor from the triangle, folks. Hold the phone. I need to figure out how to change my direction to be towards the planet. We actually made it directly to Calidor from the triangle, and that is a first. Okay, so we're coming from triangle space. Hold on one second. Need to close the old auto clicker. I need to take a screenshot. Nope. Cancel. Okay, cool. We'll go with that for now. Time to save up a bunch of points. Alright, well. I hope you enjoyed the points. I need to figure out where it is from Calidor precisely. So we're gonna head. I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna put this in my Discord. Because I'm keeping decently careful note of where everything is to try to help myself figure out how to navigate. And there we go. Alright, so we're gonna head over. We're gonna land actually at Calidor. Because I'm weird. If 15,000? That's not bad, man. That's not bad at all. Good on you for saving up that much. I think we're at one of the poles of Calidor. Because we seem to be coming down on Calidor fairly quickly. I got a server, Discord server, yeah. I'm just making note of it in a private channel on that server because I have to note all this so that way I don't forget any of it. But we're gonna head over to this planet, and this planet, I made a ramp, and the ramp actually goes straight to. Gonna save. Oh, you're gonna save up for 15,000 points. What is 15,000 points again? Oh, the VIP. Okay, right. Well, if you want to go for it, go for it. And here's the graphical version of Radiated, or Aatrox, and it looks like we're gonna go right by it. Man, that goes by fast. Work in progress? Well, how close are you? I can't see or give you points, so I don't know. Keep in mind, you earn about 220 points per hour on Twitch, and there's nothing I can do to change that. I could if I would. You can actually increase it if you subscribe, but I'm not going to force anybody to subscribe because, you know, that would be extortion. But so far I know that's the only way to increase your channel point earning ratio, so you're about 14,910 points away, so you've got 90 points. I'm sure you'll get there eventually, but at about 220 per hour you can start to calculate how many hours you'll need. Man, it's taken a while, because we ended up really far away from Calidor. We're directly on a, what's it called? On a gateway. That's actually really good, because the gateways form the points of the compass, so we'll be able to figure out where it is. So I'm just adjusting my orientation to hit the gateway more accurately. 100 points, but something is weird. If you don't have over that amount, it's like you have 0, so at least 1 over the limit. Well, yeah, because the minimum channel point stuff is 100 points. Because it's not hard to get 100 points, but I also don't want people spamming that to get to the thingy. Yeah, you have to. It's a minimum amount you have to have because you have to be able to spend it all. I guess I'm failing to understand how that's weird. And we're about to hit actual gravity. And we'll lose the trails right when we hit actual gravity. Yep, there we go. We're in gravity right now. I was hoping to not let that happen, which is why I was burning. Oh well. I guess I'll dig my rover out. There we go. Bonks gravity away. I guess I'm just gonna tumble. Alright. We need to figure out what gate this is. The base is directly due east, I think? Wait a second, so... Let me pull out an actual compass, hold on. Because actual compasses do help. Okay, so yeah, it is directly east. So that means that in order from the base, we're gonna have to go west. You also get up to 450 when you get a watch streak. Yes, indeed you do. Watch streaks are actually super valuable. But that means you have to be fairly strict about them, though. You can't just, like, miss a day, which really sucks. I'm gonna use this mountain as a ramp. So, watch streaks are kind of a double-edged sword. Alright, can I... No, that's just a wall. Alright, I can't run up that. Yeah, this is just a little bit of driving. Utis deletus? Yeah. Kinda sucks. Ah, no! Freaking cactus, why you gotta do me bad? Gotta do me dirty like that, huh? Stupid cactus. Alright, we're gonna fly over to the base. There we go. Much faster and much easier than driving. Alright, so this is the big ol' ramp that I made, and that goes directly to Aatrox. I'm gonna get the ramp. I'm gonna go up the ramp, and then we're gonna head actually the opposite direction of where the ramp is. But I do want to actually, I need to actually fix up the ramp a little bit. Because the ramp is, a little bit messy up at the top, and it ends up robbing some of my trails. So, we got to be careful about how we run things on that. Alright, I think we're close to the edge. No, we're not. Okay, now are we close to the edge? Kind of, yeah. Alright. It's that bump right there. This whole thing with the terrain ends up being a recipe for disaster, so I'm just gonna smooth it all out with my terrain tool. Then we'll just end up with a nice smooth end of the ramp, instead of the big old bump that we've got. So this orange terrain is terrain from the paver when the paver hits the max. I am gonna go directly back into... You have to go? Alright, well, thank you very much for dropping by, my man. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna drop off the rest of my fuel into these fuel tanks, just so I can have the most fuel possible. That's all my fuel, so... Jump in. Head over there. And, we should be good with all the trails. Yeah! Alright, so that's heading north, so we actually want to head kind of this direction. I wish this rover would cooperate. And we just gotta adjust to the curvature of the planet. Just so we don't end up hitting back in the gravity well. Alright, this should be the way home. Yeah, I can't turn the compass off right now. It'll go off when we hit a different planet. Next up should be Visania. And then we'll just travel through all the planets once we hit them, and we'll be off pretty good. We just gotta figure out where all the planets are, and we can reasonably reliably make it. I just have to figure out where I need to turn from my starting point. Kind of slowing down a little bit, so we're gonna speed back up. And here we are at Novus. Novus? What? Are we sure we're at Novus? No, we're at Visania. That's. I was like, wait a second, Novus, and then I looked at it. No, it's the low poly model. We are actually directly on course for home. We're gonna head directly towards home. And we should be good as soon as we get there. Should be good to go. Yeah, here's Visania from the sky. We could land there, but I don't want to, because I don't have a ramp there yet. I'm gonna build a ramp on each planet eventually, but for now, just working with what we got. We're heading to Glacio. We'll hit that eventually, fairly soon. Gonna do a little bit of a course correction. Should be good back up to snuff. Once I accidentally hit the F button while I was doing this, that was a disaster. Alright, we're departing we're departing Visania space. We'll hit Silva next, then we'll hit DeSolo, then we'll hit Glacio. Once we hit Glacio, we'll head down to the planet. And land at my base. And this should be Silva. Yes, it is Silva. Then next will be DeSolo. And we're gonna actually course correct towards the planet just a hair, just to make sure we stay on track. We're in the middle of crossing Silva space, so it'll be a second. We came from Calidor, and we traveled to Visania, then now we're at Silva. This is cool, because it's actually predictable. And this is De Solo space, right? Oh, I made too many course corrections. I'm at the triangle. That was my bad. I say it's predictable and then I screw up. It's all good though. That's Silva. What? Hold on. Well, we are heading directly towards the triangle there. I'm just gonna go to where I know Glacio is. We were almost there anyway. So I'm kind of heading for that bright spot, which that bright spot has reliably gotten me to Glacio before. I wonder if I was, because all of these camera changes and direction changes make it difficult to actually map out the solar system. Because there's not really any way to concretely tell exactly where you're going. But we were headed directly towards the, triangle. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, and we should be Glacio. No, we're in Visania. Why are we in Visania space? I'm gonna keep going where I'm at, because I'm actually kind of close to something. I am not entirely sure what's going on. This was reproducible earlier, but it isn't seeming to want to reproduce now. Alright, let's just see what we got on the other side of this. I know triangle space is back that way, so should be okay. Not like we're hurting for fuel. That's the nice part about having such high capacity rocket rovers. We can just sit out here and explore for a while. Calidor. Okay, that's back where we started. Alright, I don't want to do that. We're going back to, what the heck is happening? Stop jerking around, jeez. Come on. Just work with me. Oh, jeez. Frustrating sometimes. Alright, so Visania. And we'll go a lot closer to Visania this time to ensure that we ensure that we get the Visania to Silva and not back to triangle space. So when I hit Visania space in a second here, right now, I'm gonna dive way closer to the planet. Why do you gotta be pulling up now? It seems like the game just resists whatever directional key you happen to be pressing. Which is really freaking annoying. Alright, that should be good for now. I'm not pressing any buttons and it's doing this on its own. Alright, let's try to bring it back somewhat normalcy. So by going this close to the planet, we're going to extend our route a little bit, but we should make ourselves much more accurate. Goodness. Okay, this is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Still going at a fairly good clip, so we'll be at Silva in a little bit. Kind of confused that we managed to end up back at Visenya, though. Maybe I went the wrong way. That's normally the spot where we hit Glacio. Alright, now we're really starting to slow down. So we're gonna use some more fuel and go back to speed. Speed is key. Speed is most definitely key. Now that we pass close to the planet, we're going to be departing from Visenya space and at Silva space. We end up very close to Silva, which is very good. I'm going to kind of bend the trajectory towards Silva a little bit, but I don't want to make too many course corrections because I don't want to end up at the triangle. If I end up back at the triangle again, I swear. Should travel to DeSolo space, because I should be headed directly towards DeSolo space. And we lost a trail. No, we didn't. I thought we lost a trail for a second there. Now we're departing Silva space. We should be heading to Solo space here in a second. This is all based on the line theory that I've just been going in basically a straight line and just been passing through all the planets. Get close to the planet and then leave. Alright, we should hit DeSolo space here in just a hot second. Are kind of slowing down though, so I'm gonna hit the gas a little bit. Give us some extra boostage. Coming for you, DeSolo. Even though it looks like I completely overshot you. Coming for you. And then we'll see a camera jerk, and then we'll be in DeSolo space. If we're in triangle space, I swear to God. But we've gone too far to be heading towards triangle space, so we should be good. Alright, come on. Silva space seems to be really big. At least in this direction. Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure if my observations are holding up. Because they were holding up just fine yesterday. But something seems to be different today. But the line theory does hold that none of the planets are actually moving. So even though we came really close to Silva, the fact that we came really close to Silva should guarantee that the trajectory we're on is headed directly to Solo. But I'm not sure. Again, this whole thing is still in its infancy. We're out past the graphical representation of Calidor. Interestingly enough. This is... Oh, yeah, we're into Solo space. Holy cow, we're far. Yeah, our angle is all screwy. We're neighboring Glacio space, though. So I want to change my trajectory to be a little bit better. Because I want to ensure that I hit Glacio space and not Triangle space. That should be Glacio space. Right over here. Might be Triangle space because I might be a little too far out from the Solo, but if it is, I'll just go back and try again. Yeah, it takes a while, because these are large distances that are involved in all of this. I think this rover's probably traveled farther than just about any other rover. I mean, without being packaged up or anything, it just went to... Oh, it's been to like 3 or 4 different planets. And, oh, yes, here we are in Glacio. I'm so glad that my theories have actually been holding up now. Must have been just navigating weirdly earlier. Here we are with tracks from Calidor heading to Glacio. Alright, we're gonna slow down when we get closer to the surface, and then we're gonna make sure that we hit home base. We don't want to land in just some random spot and have to go all the way over to home base. We're gonna hit home base pretty directly. And I can't really see my beacons really well because rover is kind of in the way. There's nothing I can do about that. I think my base is over there, kind of. Yeah, I think it is. I'm kind of just falling like a party jet or something. Got all kinds of trails. Oh, we're going slow. Alright. Whatever it is, I need to go fast. Don't want to go this slow. We'll never make it there. There we go. That's much better. Now we're moving real fast. At a fairly decent clip. We'll head over to the home base, and we'll stop over it, and we'll fall straight down. Might actually want to hit it at an oblique angle because we don't want to get stuck in the terrain, have to dig ourselves out. Alright, we're getting pretty close. Now we're getting a higher poly render. Slightly higher poly. Good news is that's our base for sure. Is our beacon functioning? It is not functioning yet. Once we get in beacon range, then I will slow down and we'll reevaluate our situation. As you can see, the beacon that I've got right here is not doing anything. Reason for that is we're still outside of border number 4, which is beacon border, where the player freezes inside of. So I'm gonna redirect here a little bit. But once we hit beacon space, this beacon will start running. Is it running now? Yes, it's running now. Alright, so we don't want to get down too low, because we don't want to actually hit the gravity well. Oh, we hit the gravity well. We're going down, folks. We're going down. And we hit the storage system. Why'd we have to hit the storage system? Of all places. Really gonna do this to me, rocket rover? Okay. Come on. Get yourself out of those platforms. There we go. Why do we always gotta hit the storage system, huh? Why can't it be some other system? Alright. Around we go. Again. That drum beat sounds very much like the starting drum beat of a certain Rickroll song that I'm not going to mention by name. Whoa! Hello. That was this pointless circle, alright. I'm just gonna try that one more time. This time a little less stupidity, please. There we go. Alright, we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna fall over. Then we're gonna flip back. Now we're good. And we're gonna bump into this random bit of terrain. And we'll fly over. Make sure we hit the right spot. There we go. Alright. Stop it. Oh, you're actually refueling the engines like you're supposed to. Wow. For once it wasn't giving away my fuel, it was actually just refueling the engines. That's incredible. Alright, there we go. We're back home. Alright, now it is time to reckon with all of these guys that are full. I'm going to turn all of them off first. Then we're going to find the fullest one, which seems to be this one, at 21. Yeah, 21. We're gonna let that fill up from everybody else. Then we're gonna take this one. And then this one. And that one. And then that one. That way we're gonna let everything even itself out. That way we know what our actual fuel level is. We're gonna put you in here. And you. There we go. That's perfect. Is that everything? That output's disabled, that output's disabled. That's just the extra hydrazine. Yes, okay, that's good. That's fine. $14. So if I put all the fuel in you, then you should be good, right? So I'm just refueling this before I do anything else, so that way I have it ready to go at a moment's notice if I need to, and I don't have to just refuel it on the spot. Makes for a lot less hassle. Okay, let's... completely empty. Alright, then we're gonna take one of these guys. And we're gonna put you back. Take one of you guys. And take you. Actually, I'm gonna just put you directly on there. Then we'll set all these guys up with extras. And extra for you, and an extra for you. This actually amounts to a lot of extra fuel when you think about it, because there's just so many extra slots. Yeah, that's enough for an extra right there. Man, these are barely discernible cracks. But you know what? I do want to be consistent, so I'm going to switch them out. We'll use them for useful combinations. They'll be very good to help with our partials program, which is right here. They'll allow me to make a couple extra whole hydrazine. Put back in the depot. There we go. And there's our partial with just a little bit extra. Or actually, just a little bit less. So we're gonna put these now full hydrazines back in the reservoir. And voila, we're all good. So this partials combiner is really handy. Alright, we're pretty good to go. I'm gonna just back this guy back up. Make sure he's all parked all the way. There we go. Oh, and we do need to put a hydrazine on the auto arm. That is the most hydrazine that this rover can possibly fit crammed onto it. It's very, very helpful. We could potentially fit one more if we took off the beacon, but that's not worth it. Beacon is too valuable to kind of tell me where I am. And also, in case I lose the rover ever, I have a beacon on it. So I can see it. Alright. We are good to go. So let's head over to Novus. Or actually, let's head over to Visanya first. Because Visanya needs to have the switcheroo done. And I need to check on the fuel depot, see if it needs to be refueled. Because we got a nice fuel depot over here at Visanya. Been funding our missions for a while, so it might be getting a little low. We'll see where we are at. Oh, we got a lot of fuel left. So I'm gonna yoink some fuel from my jetpack since I gave it all to the rocket rover. There we go. Alright, now I'm just gonna make sure that all of the hydrogen is full. And we're not just, oh no. Oh no. They have one of these. I'm just gonna move it around until it's gotten up all the spare hydrogen. Because there's lots of spare hydrogen here. I was afraid of that. Oh, we have another one. Hold on. Give me a second, I can only do so much. Not that. Should have enough to get both of these guys back on. But I've been doing a couple of switcheroos to steal some hydrogen to dedicate it towards fuel. And I've been trying my best to make sure everything is functioning properly, but can't check everything. Alright, that should be the last one. Nice. Okay, so that's a nice, decent one. So we're gonna go yoink this. Yoink it over here. Then I'm gonna put this guy back. Oh, we have yet another one. Holy cow. So if we have them all producing at once, then it makes life easier for everybody. Yeah, this is why I go through and double check. Because I can't afford to just screw things up. I'm just taking the 3 extra hydrogen from each machine and placing it into here. Because we got so many machines, we have more than enough hydrogen to spare. And if we make it all in parallel, then we make a lot of hydrogen at once. Alright, let's bring this guy over here. Take you. And yoink. And, yoink. Right there. Just so that way they stall. Are these guys done? They do appear to be done. No, they're not done. Alright, we're gonna go over here where I know some of them are done. We're gonna put this back on here. Because if I was just to leave this, then it would only benefit from 3 at once. But this way it can benefit from all of them at once. Or all of them in quick succession. Just doing some shuffling around, so that way we end up with the desired result. There we go. And that was much faster than just turning them on and waiting for them to fill up again. So that does mean that I do have to check all of these to make sure that they're all good. And we're using partial amounts of power. Alright, hopefully we should be good from there. Oh, no, we're not. We're not. Hold the phone. We got 2 rogues. Alright, you're gonna go over here. This side. And then over here to this side. And I'm just gonna check as I go because I need to catch everything. I want to have a full batch. Do not want to have another partial batch. I had to fix a partial batch a while back, and that was frustrating. That throws off the count. Alright. Then check on this side. Do appear to be good, at least on these 2 silos. These 2 silos appear to be fine. All the front here seems to be good. And all the back here seems to be good. Then all the front here seems to be good. And all the back here seems to be good. All the front here seems to be good. And how's the back doing? The back seems to be fine. So back is fine on these. Front is fine on these. Okay. We are good. We have fixed everything. And now we just need to wait for everybody to finish up. And it's only going to take a little bit of time. Just one more. Be good. Okay, so now we've double checked everybody, and everybody is operating just fine. All right, I think we're all done with that bit of hydrogen. So we're gonna check and see if our power is up. 1536. That's correct. So we are good to do the switch out. First, I'm gonna check and make sure that all of these Have output disabled. Good thing is I only have to check the tops of these. Don't have to check every single container because they are done in mass. So we don't have to worry about inaccuracies in one individual container. Alright, we're good to go. All the checks have been passed, so let's get this show on the road. Shall we? Alright, and I mean, it will only take a little bit of time for this thing to recharge. We will not be done with the next detonation round by the time this thing recharges. So it'll take... The next detonation round will take a while to prep, so we won't need to worry about about hydrogen or anything. And, yoink. Right there. And right here. All these guys appear to be accepting like normal. Is great and nominal for us. The nice thing about high capacity tanks like these, not like that, like these, is that we can have them all fire at the same time. It just makes for some nice, how should we say, nice symmetry, I guess. And yoink down right in here. Pick that up. Last one for this side. Hello. How are you doing? Guarethis Dad? I don't know how to pronounce it. What would you like me to call you? You think I got enough hydrogen? Yeah, I mean, I play this game on a kind of different scale from most other players. Got a fair amount of hydrogen. Probably not. You're probably right. I mean, it's just, we need a lot of hydrogen. Now, if you're wondering what I'm going to use all this hydrogen for, I will answer that question in just a little bit. In 10 times the amount? I mean, I've already used about 300,000 hydrogen, and this only produces 9,504 hydrogen. So I just run this in cycles. But yeah. And he's like, man, I was just kidding. And switch. Why don't you use gas canister? I am using gas canisters. These are gas canisters. This is the largest gas canister storage that you can have in the game. These are, the medium gas canister is currently the largest gas canister. I'm hoping for a large gas canister, similar to the large resource canister, but as of right now, we don't have that. If we do, you bet I'd be updating this to handle more gas. Alright, switcheroo is now done. Let's check and make sure. We should have 96 power left if I did my job correctly. And how are we doing on power? 96 power left. Nice. Alright, so you want to see what this hydrogen's all for? I mean, if you don't have to. You do? Alright, cool. I'll show you what it's all for. So we're gonna go to Novus, and you'll see in just a hot second what all this is about. That's what this is all about. This is Novus. Or most of Novus. About a third of the planet's gone. All of this that we're flying through, that's what I've been doing with all this hydrogen. Pretty dope, I think. But I do have to make all the bombs for today, so I have to do a little bit of titanium and everything. Gonna need some large platforms. Unpack you. Actually gonna pop these over elsewhere for a second because I ran a batch that I didn't need to. I'm gonna have those as spares. Because this math works out exactly. This is exactly as many, that's exactly as much steel as we will need. Then this will be enough for 2 bombs. So how I do it is I have... Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Still curious, what would you like me to call you? Would you like me to call you... this? I mean, I could call you this. I don't know necessarily how you'd feel about that, but... Scrath? Groth? I don't know. Am I pronouncing it right, or even remotely close to right? Platform type C. Why are you here? Scraoth. So Scroth, I guess. I'm gonna guess Scroth. Cool. Alright, cool. Well, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow.
If laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
I know, right? But I don't know if you've heard of how Brozelli Gaming actually managed to blow up DeSolo completely. But he did it in creative mode, and I've been doing the Novus project, as I call it, for a few months now, steadily. But I'm blowing up this planet in adventure, which is not creative, which means I provide all the resources and run all the things. Used to be fine because these bombs that I'm making used to survive all the explosions, but not anymore. Now they turn into scrap. I'm gonna go boom boom indeed. That's what the title is, more explosions. I need more booms. Alright. That's one silo from bomb number 1. So I'm just putting these medium storage silos on top of these silos.
Space!
Hey, space indeed. I see you found the sound alerts. Sound alerts are a lot of fun. I like them. I mean, I wouldn't have put them in place if I didn't like them, to be honest. But yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. But yeah, all of these, the reason why is because I transfer the hydrogen out of those canisters. I don't know how much have you played this game? Have you played it hardly at all, or have you played it a fair bit? Hey, I told you to unpack. Oh, alright. Alright, Mr. Fetish, get out of here. So we've got the got all the once I get four silos on here, then that will be a bomb. Just had one world and you're doing pretty well. Nice, good for you. What this project does is how explosions work in this game is the small little packages that are the. Let me fly over here. So let's take this little bit of hydrogen right here. Let's take that. So see that? If I were to take this right here, this holds 32 of these. But this hydrogen canister explodes with the same force that this hydrogen canister does. So it's way more efficient to put it in this format than it is to leave it in this format. So I have to transfer it out onto these silos for every single project. So that little quirk of game physics makes a lot more work for me. That's one bomb almost done. And this is enough medium storage silos for 2 bombs. So nothing too crazy. Took how long? We're on day number 40 something. Hold on. 42. We're on day number 43, and this is detonation round number 33. As you can tell, I've got a save backup for every single detonation round that we've done. And so far we've used a total of 299,376 hydrogen to get the whole that we've got. I think you just busted? You did. What's wrong? What happened there? But yeah, it's pretty fun. It also makes for good stream material because it's helpful to have somebody to chat with while you're doing it. By yourself, it just gets really boring really fast. Because it's a very repetitive task. In case you haven't noticed, I'm unpacking a whole ton of things and then we'll be transferring resources. All you here next door? Yep. And it would be the boom of my computer blowing up, except for the fact that I am actually collecting actively all the resources that get blown up and collected as a result of being blown up. So we've got all the resources over here, and that's just all the resources from Novus. And so by the time I'm done, I'll have a complete and exhaustive resource breakdown of Novus as a planet. Which should be fun, because I don't think anybody's ever had that before. And to have like the actual numbers of exactly how many resources are on an individual planet.
So you smart, huh?
No.
I thought your head would be bigger.
Hey, don't sass me. I'm just kidding, sass me all you want. I mean, I don't know if I'm that smart. I've blown myself up several times. And chat has also blown me up several times. So yeah, it's just some movie clips. That's about it. I want to show you one other thing. We look at there we go. So if you type !Dixper in chat, and I'll type it in for you. That's a software that I'm running, and just to give you an example of what it can do. Fire skills. Skills are activated. Skills are activated. Come on. Oh, come on. Why is Dixper being terrible? Okay, are we good now? Please tell me we're good. We're not good. Alright, never mind. Apparently I don't have Dixper running. For some reason, Dixper is bugged out. I think I might need to restart it, which means I'll need to restart the stream. But basically what Dixper does is it allows chat to buy skills to support me, and then use those skills to directly troll me on my stream. Which means that chat can press buttons, force me to disallow me from pressing certain buttons, or make my screen rotate, give me a jump scare, all that fun stuff. Ixper is an amazing, amazing software. By letting chat directly mess with my game, chat has gotten me killed multiple times in this progress. It's got me killed multiple times throughout the progress of this project. The best thing that people like to do is when I'm out over the crater, they like to just turn off my jetpacks and just watch me fall, like the sadomasochists that they are. Yeah, Dixper does not seem to be cooperating today. I don't know why it's not cooperating. We make that... I think I actually just need to restart my game. Hi, Hope. How are you doing today? I was just actually telling Scroth about Dixper. And I'm sure you definitely know all about that. I'm doing good, although since you're in the stream, I suspect I'll be doing a lot less good here in a second. And by the way, Scroth, this is Hope. She's a regular to the stream. She's one of the lead trolls. Let's just say that. Loves to kill me. You're back and it's glitched. What's glitched? Dixper? Yeah, Dixper seems to be having an aneurysm right now. I don't know what's going on with it. But... You're super tired, you're just here to chill? See, you say that, but part of me thinks that that's just a deception to make me, part of me thinks that's just a deception to lull me into a sense of complacency. So, I know you. I know you. You're a troll to the core. You know it. But yeah, it's good to see you. It's not letting you do anything on your internet browser. Yeah, I think that's not you. I think that's on my end. Something's wrong with Dixper. I think what I have to do is relaunch the game because Dixper apparently hasn't detected it properly. So I think I have to just relaunch my game, but that's going to take like 5 minutes because this save takes a while to load. Most saves are like medium size, but my save is 91.2 megabytes. Just don't scare him, please. Hey, I'd like to keep my pants clean, please. Alright. That's bomb number 2. That's all of the... Hey, I'm trying to keep my pants in one piece. Oh, also, I do have a new command that I recently, Sugar keeps biting your headphones, now you can't hear from your right side. Oh, that's too bad. That's unfortunate. I do actually have a fun new command. If you want to hit If you guys do exclamation point 8 ball, it'll show up on the screen right about here-ish, and it'll give you an 8 ball answer. But yeah, it's just a new little gimmick that I installed. I don't know if it's... I don't know why it does that zoom in, but it does it. I don't know why. You have to ask it something. You angered the 8 ball. You're supposed to ask it something. Okay, you need to turn you guys off, because you're printing too many platforms. I'm the meanie. You're the one who didn't ask the 8 ball anything. The point of the 8 ball is to ask it questions, you know, and see what your future will be. Oh, you're supposed to ask again later, Hope. Also, 8 balls are designed for yes or no yes or no questions, so try to keep it to yes or no questions, just so you know. And the 8 ball does like you. That's good. See, now you started asking it actual questions. Now it actually likes you. Apparently you don't. Apparently I don't. I might have friends later, though, if you ask again later. You should ask it, see if I have friends. Or better yet, if you want to, alright, see you in a second, Square. Or Squaroth. There we go. If better yet, you should ask it if you have friends. Without a doubt. I don't know about that, 8 ball. If you're not careful, I'm gonna uninstall you. It didn't say when, though. It didn't say whether it would be, It didn't say whether it would be sooner or later. So I'll tell you, it might, like, sure I can promise it, but it'll be in the distant future. And yes, I know you really want me to play horror games on stream, but I'm not really sure I want to. And I also, here's another legit reason, is I do want to, before I get into anything like that where the streamer's reaction is heavy, I want to get a face cam. Because it's a lot of horror games are based on the streamer's reaction, and I want to get a face cam before I do all that. Because I don't want to just have just me being my voice. It's like, oh yes, I want to see you. I have unlocked something horrible. Hope you just want me to suffer, period. That's all. That's about all it is. Like I was telling Scroth, you just want to see me suffer, period. But how was your day, Hope? How was life treating you? And also, Little Bird told me that you're supposed to get paid either today or yesterday. Did you get paid? That's the most important. Not the most important question about a job, obviously. Yeah, I think what I think is I lost my train of thought. That's what I think. I think I also have too many extra large platforms. Okay, we go through them like water. Day was good, tiring, but good. You just got back home, to be honest, and it's 1 a.m. Good heavens, why were you out till 1 a.m.? What is wrong with you? Like, me, I'll do like night shifts on occasion for like DoorDash, but make sure to get some sleep before and after. Hope you're a mad woman. Working till 1 a.m. Did get paid, but not a full month because he didn't work a full month. Well, at least you got paid some. That ought to help pay for things like food and gas and everything. Or I don't really know what your expenses are, but should at least help help put some money in the old checking account. We're out with family. It was a family gathering. Why were you out with family till 1 a.m.? That's just a recipe for disaster. I mean, I know family gatherings tend to run late sometimes, but 1 a.m., man. At least you don't have work. At least you don't have work tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, I was probably planning on streaming tomorrow. Do you want to hop on and do some voice chatting stuff? Maybe later on in the day. Once you sleep in for a little bit, you know. Because if you're up at 1 a.m., you're probably not even going to be active. Pay gas and food, but nothing else? Well, those are the essentials, so. Gas and food get you through hopefully until your next check. But do try to be a pretty good saver, though, because a better saver you are, the less you'll have to worry about things like gas and food. But I mean, you know that. Hey, I put you there. There we go. Also, I've been doing stuff with the rocket rovers recently in Astroneer, and I have your mom would have to pay electricity and other expenses till you get paid full month. Well, it's good that you have a family that's willing to cover those types of costs. If you get paid for a full month, can your job cover all those costs? That's the important question. Based off of the salary that you guys agreed. Because you'll need gas and food, and then you'll need a little bit of discretionary money. Probably maybe like $100 of discretionary funds. Your subscription. Hope, don't even worry about that. You don't have to subscribe. Don't even freaking worry about it. You do not have to subscribe at all. The important question, though, is you want to have a little bit of discretionary funds at the end of the month once your budget's already done. Try to make like a budget that you can follow each month, just to help you quantify all your gas and all your bills and figure out where you can make your savings and expenditures. Really helps kind of clarify and simplify everything. Pay all of that, but you're not sure if you can save a lot at the end. You can save pretty powerfully if you as long as gas and food is covered, and you can save on things like food by cooking your own meals, etc., instead of going out and buying ingredients instead of going out and buying meals. I mean, you know probably just as well as I do, but yeah, we've got extra titanium for when we're gonna need to switch out, because actually that switch out's gonna need to happen pretty darn soon. Yeah, I mean, the important thing is just to save up on a regular basis and not to overrun your budget. If you save, then you won't end up living paycheck to paycheck, and that will be really helpful for things like medical emergencies and things like car crashes, the events that life throws at you. You make food, don't have money for fast food. And honestly, fast food's not worth it. It's doesn't give you any of the doesn't have proper nutritional content, and it doesn't really give you any type of benefit. And the only benefit that it gives is convenience, and that benefit's not worth everything. And plus, you're a good cook, unless you're a liar, in which case then you're not a good cook. But we have bigger problems than that. If you've been telling me you're a good cook all along, thank God your company has medical insurance. That's good, but you need to be aware that medical insurance isn't going to cover 100% of the bill. Medical insurance they'll tell you that it'll cover a lot, but in reality, there's going to be things like deductibles, and there's going to be things that you'll end up having to pay out of pocket. So, most actual families, at least in the U.S., are not prepared for a $900 medical emergency, which, considering how expensive healthcare is, that's very, very low. So, saving obsessively and only spending a little bit on discretionary funds, putting away as much as you can through saving per month, will be really, really helpful long run. Unpack, 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 unpack. Hold on, I forgot something. Wait, how many bombs have I made? I think I'm gonna make like maybe 2 more. Also, Hope, if you do want to, there is a currency that's in the works. It's a new crypto, not market tradable yet, but you can mine it just on your mobile device, and when it does get market tradable, there's really nothing to lose at this point. So you might consider getting the Pi app, and that might actually help you in the long run with finances, because if you mine up a bunch of Pi now before it goes live, then you'll have a bunch of resources at your disposal once it gets going. Kind of like investing, but this has no risk since you're not actually paying anything to like buy the Pi, so there's nothing to lose. And yeah, feel free to go give it a try, because it's at this point there's really nothing that you can lose from going through Pi. So that's the way I see it. I've been doing Pi for a while now. I've got like 3,000. Yeah, the way it works is it's like this. It's got like these social circles instead of these different. It's got social circles instead of like the energy circles that blockchain mining for, say, Bitcoin has. So it's an entirely different currency. Whoa, 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 that's falling all over the place there. Before we do that, though, I want to make sure... Yoink. And yoink. Switch those out. Now we're good. So, anyway, how long do you think it'll take you to save for a PC? Well, it really depends. Because, again, it depends on the quality of PC that you want, and it depends on the pricing of technology in your area. But technology is at a fairly high price right now, because of scarcities and all that. There have been rolling scarcities worldwide for just about everything since COVID hit. Back in 2019. So there's been worldwide scarcities for a lot of things. Because you can't just stop the global economy with no consequences. You know. Don't know what you should say first, medical emergency or nice PC? Medical emergency. That's a very obvious answer. Because if you have a medical... If you should have a medical emergency, you might die. With that money might actually save you. That money that you save for a medical emergency might actually save your life. Nice PC isn't going to save anything. Might make you money long term, but that's very, very long term. So PCs always have to take second priority to something like saving for medical emergencies. And I tell you this as a streamer. What if the medical emergency never happened? Don't count on that. You have medical insurance. Medical emergencies are things that just happen to people. You can't say that they won't happen. You can't just fail to account for them. The people who fail to account for medical emergencies are the people who die in medical emergencies because they can't actually take care of it. So, in a life or death question, you don't ever want to bank on it not happening. You know, I will say prepare for the worst, hope for the best. But yeah, it's just common sense. And we're getting kind of close to being done. You know, we're starting to get a bit faster at unpacking all the bombs and everything. Take your advice because I've always been good with finances. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, my finances aren't really super amazing right now, but I've always been a decent saver whenever I've had a whole bunch of income. I don't have a bunch of income right now, but once I get my income, I always save obsessively. And while I was running off of a $200 a month, essentially paycheck, I was paying for my own gas and my own food, and I saved up like over $1,000, even with paying for gas and food. I like to save a lot. I'm a bit of a hoarder, in case you haven't noticed my Astroneer base. But money is one of those things you can never have too much of. Well, not at least the scales that we're worrying about. There'll be a time when we wouldn't worry about saving. Yeah, that's when we die and go to heaven. That's when we don't worry about saving. Till then, we worry about saving. But when you pass on from this world to the next, then you're not going to have any worries about saving. You'll have much different concerns. I mean, when you become rich, then you still worry about saving, because the rich think about saving much more than the poor do. Because how do you get rich? You get rich by saving, and you don't get rich by spending. You get rich by spending, or you get rich by saving, and you stay rich by saving. Getting rich is not one of those things that is just a one-time thing, and then you're now rich for all time. Have to save while you're rich, otherwise you're not going to stay rich, which is why actually lottery winners never stay rich, because lottery winners do not save. They just don't, and that's why they don't stay rich. So, you ever seen a rich person worry about extra bucks to buy something? Absolutely, all the time. You just don't see it in the news, because it's not a newsworthy story. They have a different budget and they have different concerns, but they still absolutely worry about saving and budgeting, and that's actually one of the most important things to a rich person. I have a couple of friends who I know who are absolutely millionaires, and budget is one of the at like get-togethers and stuff. That's one of the only things they talk about is budgeting and money and making sure and optimizing your financial efficiency. You know, optimizing your earning potential and everything. That's how the rich people stay rich, is by being really super smart with their money. And some of that comes through exploiting holes in the tax system, and I'm not really a big fan of that, but their methods work, you know? They're rich because they're smart with their money, so. There were actually a couple studies done, and a lot of reasons why people don't remain rich is not because of their income, is because of their mentality. They never worry about having to saving to provide the basics like food and rent and stuff. They do. That's the first thing they worry about before they worry about anything else. That's exactly why because they worry about it first and foremost. Taken a couple classes on this. It's really actually an interesting subject. You can become rich on a much smaller income than a lot of people think, but it really takes a certain mentality. Yeah, just because their budgets are bigger doesn't mean that they don't think about their budgets. You know. Never seen a rich person worry about providing food? That's because you don't see them at home. You don't see them when they're doing their bills. You don't see them when they're doing their taxes, their finances. You just see them out in public. You just see them when they're relaxing, you know? I mean, I'm sure you know that your public face is very different from your private face. The face that you put on for work is not the same face that you put on to go to bed. So, just because you've never seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Just because I've never seen a lion doesn't mean they don't exist. Maybe worrying about missing the new model of Tesla but not providing food? No, they absolutely worry about providing food. Well, worry is a bit of an excessive term. They don't lose sleep necessarily over it, but they plan out very carefully so that they don't have to lose sleep. When I say worry, I'm talking about, like, putting effort and thought into it to make sure that it's taken care of. But yeah, all those things are just toys. They don't. The essentials are the first things that any person with any amount of money works. What do they eat, alien? No, they eat food. And so they worry primarily about the basics first, then leisure after. That's the first and foremost principle of being rich, is you worry about the basics first, and then you make sure that everything else comes after. In millionaires, yeah, there are millionaires. I know people who have like several $1,000,000 in the bank, and they have large finances. Someone like Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. That's entirely different. But he still makes sure to budget his stuff correctly. Although his budget is probably taken care of by an accountant now because it's just so big that if he did it, it would be spending his entire life doing it. But worrying about your budget first and foremost and carefully saving your money. That's how you get rich. You don't get rich by just not worrying about money, and you definitely don't stay rich by not worrying about money. Not worrying about money is how you hear about these stories of say, sports celebrities who spend like $1 million in 24 hours. Because they go buy themselves a car, and then their dad's like, well, where's my car? And they're like, okay, well, I'll buy you a car too. And then their mom's like, well, why can't I get in on the party? And then they're like, okay, mom, I'll buy you a car too. And that's how you spend lots and lots of money, by not being careful with it. Being careful with it, the money builds. 1 second, I'm gonna Google something real fast. Let's see. Yeah, so in the Bible, Proverbs 13:11 says that wealth gained hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it. And whether or not you believe the Bible, that's the core principle of how you save money, how you get rich, is you save little by little. They need to visit Egypt. They would learn to stop worrying about anything and actually start being thankful for what they have. Just because you worry about something and you spend time and effort on it doesn't mean that you're not thankful for it. I'm not really sure why you think that they wouldn't be thankful for it. They absolutely are thankful for it, because, they wouldn't be where they were by being ungrateful. They eventually, some rich people learn to take their money for granted, but not all. The best part about being rich and all that is how much you get to give to others. Being rich empowers you to give and finance others' dreams like never before. And actually, being generous is one of the key tenets to being rich, which is really weird and really counterintuitive. But being generous inspires more people around you to be generous, and so in a roundabout way, it helps everybody. And they'll see people literally spend their days on water and plain bread just to stay alive. Well, yeah. Everyone needs to be thankful for what they have, and everyone takes something for granted, definitely. But rich people make more like charitable donations and more what's it called? They give more than a lot of people see. A lot of them do it in private. Not all. Jeff Bezos, for one, he's a kind of a bad person, so I don't think he really gives anymore. Used to, but how you get to be rich is, number one, you're generous. Number two, you save little by little, and you can do that on a lot of smaller paychecks. Some people, when they get money, will blow it on something immediately, like, oh, I've got money to buy these new shoes. But if you save it, then then that money will grow. Saving it's like planting a seed, except it's a financial seed. You should look at some of Dave Ramsey's stuff. You never want to be rich? You just said you wanted to be rich. So, Everyone on some level wants to have lots of money. I think I don't want to be rich enough like Jeff Bezos, but I would like to have enough money to be comfortable, to have a decent home and support my family and everything. And have enough to be able to support my parents in their old age. That's about enough to make. That would be about enough to make me happy. Have I made enough? I used up all the silos, so surely I've made enough. I mean, I think that being filthy rich like that, it might be interesting for a bit, but at that point you just end up having too much money, not knowing what to do with it, and then it doesn't end well from there. Okay, I think that's enough bombs, because I think that's all the bombs we had. Alright, so we're gonna get this filtration system out of here then. We're gonna do the good old switcheroo. Being rich while having people literally die starving is never fair. I hope life's not fair. If you came to this world expecting fairness, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. There is nothing about this world that's fair. Why did my mom and dad have to get a divorce? Well, it wasn't fair, but it happened. So, crying about how not fair it is not going to help me get anything done. Not going to help me live my life. Saying that, oh, it's not fair is not going to do anybody any favors, including and especially myself. So fairness is just simply not a factor. Life's just unfair and we have to accept it, you know? Just have to do our part to make sure that the people around us are subjects of our generosity. Always give a way to help with those in need. That's what I was saying, you know. I was saying, you know, one of the main points of how a large part of how richer people get rich. I'm talking like everyday millionaires. I'm not talking like Jeff Bezos. I'm talking like everyday millionaires. How they get rich is they are generous to the people around them. They give away money very, very freely. For example, the multimillionaire that I know, what he did is he went and he built like 10 houses for people, and he just gave them to people. Well, he gave them plots of land and materials and stuff to build their houses, and they built the houses themselves with the help of companies and everything. But he basically gave them the land and the materials for houses. And that was really generous of him. You don't get to be rich by being stingy. Money is kind of like a soap, kind of like a bar of soap. The harder you squeeze it, the faster it goes away. Yeah, I mean, you don't get to be rich without being generous. Even Jeff Bezos was generous at some point. Is no longer, and that's why I think he will eventually. His legacy will not continue, but he started out being generous. So, and Bill and Melinda Gates were actually decent examples of people who were generous, and they were regularly generous on with their money. Are you full of fuel now? You are full of fuel, so that's good. I mean, at my church, we regularly give away cars, and we give them away to people who need them in the community, and yeah, we'll give away cars on a regular basis at my church. So you have to have a business model of generosity, because as humans, if we don't help each other out, then we as a whole are diminished. By having generosity in your area, then you spark generosity in other people. And everyone as a whole is increased. The only recent rich person you know that's also generous is Angelina Jolie. I don't have any knowledge about her. I don't know what she does or if she's generous or anything. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I just don't know anything about her. in place. But I do fully plan to be generous with my money whenever I do have enough money to be generous with. I don't know anything about her. I don't. I'm sorry. I know it's a crime in your book, but I'm sorry. I don't know anything about her. No, I don't. Well, you don't know her either because you're not in her direct contact list. But all I know, really, I don't really follow actors and actresses a lot because there's way too much drama there. I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who told me we were besties just a few minutes ago. So you tell me. But all I know is Angelina Jolie played Maleficent in the movie Maleficent, and I actually really like that movie, even though a lot of people hate it. So she did a really great job. I do like Robert Downey Jr. though, the guy who plays Iron Man. He's a pretty nice guy. I know of her. I don't know a lot about her. For instance, I don't know what she does with her finances. I don't have any idea what she does with her finances. I just know that she played a role in a movie, and that's it. Like I said, I don't follow actors and actresses. There's way too much drama there. Also part of why I don't really follow the news a whole lot. RDJ used to be your crush for years. Oh, well, I mean, I don't blame you. He's a good character. I like him because the whole character of Iron Man actually seems to kind of mesh with the kind of sarcastic, dry humor that Robert Downey Jr. actually has. And oh, that reminds me. There's a clip that that kind of sums it up pretty well. Okay, here we go. All right, I got it up. Hold on. Sings acts handsome guy. Hey, he's a pretty good guy. One sec. Studio mode. Make sure the window capture is on the correct thing. There we go. And I'm gonna pause the music here real fast. There we go. All right. Switch. This is really funny.
Morning.
Evans?
Downey. Is that the last donut with red, white, and blue sprinkles? What did I tell you would happen if you ate the last donut with red, white, and blue sprinkles?
A little foggy on it, but I think it was something like raining down hellfire.
That's right.
And here I am without an umbrella.
I feel a storm brewing.
Hold on, if we don't play that back, I'm canceling the press tour.
But yeah, that was like a press tour thing for Civil War, I think. But yeah, that was really hilarious. I loved that. That was the best, and it pretty much perfectly sums up. It pretty much perfectly sums up Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man all in one. I don't know. I love that clip. That's really funny. And her reaction in the background, just slowly getting more horrified, is just trying to eat her donuts or whatever it is. And then the scream is just where everyone breaks up. So apparently, from what I heard, that was like a prank that they were playing on. I think it's Elizabeth in the background. I think that's her name. But yeah, the lady in the background who plays Scarlet Witch. I think what I heard is that they did it as a prank on her. They were doing that to get a reaction out of her, but she totally seems like the person who would be fun to prank with that kind of stuff. And that was really funny. I enjoyed that. Yeah, that kind of clipping type character is good. No, I didn't want to grab that. All right, come on. There we go. Managed to make the switch out, even though I had all kinds of problems. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy those little types of background peaks, but I should have done another switch out. Why did I not have? I didn't have enough to do this other switch out. All right, fine. Be what you are. Be what you are. All right, this will take 3 silos. Alright, all good now. Place that there. Yoink. Have you watched? I have not watched him sing live. I didn't really know what he's saying. Again, I don't follow these actors a lot outside of the movies. I just know that I enjoy them in the movies. And it's fun when their personality lines up with the character that they're playing, because then it makes it just so much easier for them to actually play the character and get into it really well. Like, a skilled actor can get into just about any character, but a good actor that's fit with a good role that fits their character, that fits their like actual real life character well, is something that really brings the movies to the next level. Because there's a couple movies where you can kind of tell. There's a couple movies where you can kind of tell that the actors are not really into it, and it just kind of takes away from the movie. As far as what my favorite movie with him in it is, I don't know. I mean, the only movies that I've really seen him in are like MCU movies. So I don't know. I think my favorite MCU movie was Endgame, and spoilers, the Tony Stark snap in Endgame was the problem with RDJ is that you see him fit in everything he did. Well, yeah, that's because he chooses his acting roles carefully, just like most other actors do. Also, I love that view that you get from Novus, or from Novus. So, also Hope, I don't know if I've updated you on any of this, but I have actually figured out that I've actually figured out a bunch of stuff with rocket rovers recently. So I figured out a lot about how this game actually works, which is kind of neat. I mean, Iron Man 1 is a kind of a classic with the moment where his thrusters send him backflipping into a concrete wall is kind of hilarious. Although entirely everything else aside though, Thor Ragnarok, that's a funny movie. And Ant-Man is also funny. I don't know, they're just generally good movies. I'm gonna cover this up because this is just causing me problems. Why you gotta do that to me, game? Huh? Why you gotta do me dirty like this? Just fall over there. I don't care. Alright, right here. Much better. Sherlock Holmes, Marvel, and Iron Man, the soloist, due date. I had not watched any Sherlock Holmes. I have Iron Man is Marvel. I have not heard of the soloist or due date before. I don't know what those movies are. But I can tell you clearly watched like every movie that he's in. Maybe we're just fangirling over him. Maybe just a little bit. But, I mean, he... like any good actor with any good talent agent is going to fit in, and his person is not going to pick a role intentionally that's not going to fit his personality. Where you see actors in roles that don't fit their personality is early actors. Hello? What was with that? Had some hydrogen missing for a little bit there. Huh? That's not good. Must watch Sherlock Holmes movies. I mean, I haven't gotten into Sherlock Holmes because I know if I do, I'm gonna just like sink my entire existence into it, so I don't know. And for a treat, I'm sure I'd like it, but I don't know if I got like hours to sink into another franchise. Although tonight I am gonna finish up Loki with a buddy of mine because he's got Disney Plus and I don't feel like paying for it, and we live in the same house, so yeah, he offered to watch it with me, and we've been doing that. It's just 2 movies? Yeah, but they're not the entire Sherlock Holmes franchise. In order to watch the movies, you have to have, like, background. It's like as if you were watching Endgame without watching any of the prequels or any of the build-ups. It doesn't make sense. A lot of the things they do don't make sense. Hinges on previous movies. So, like, I'm sure his movies are not the only thing in the Sherlock Holmes cinematic universe. Am I striking a bell here, you know? Like, no, just watch his movies. Just watch his movies. I'm sure that'll work out great, Hope. Although, who's the guy who played Doctor Strange? Whoever he is. Hello. There's that extra compartment that we have been robbed of in this game. So they did multiple versions of the Spider-Man story? Yes. I've heard that Sherlock Holmes is fairly similar. And again, I've been told that you gotta watch like all the different iterations, and so not in order to really get all of the all of the nuances and everything. Oh my gosh, why did you do that? Where are you? I hate it when I have a rogue hydrogen. Stop it. sit here. Okay, never mind, that's me, so sit here. Doesn't really matter anyway, I'm just going to end up blowing all this up anyway, so don't suppose it really matters the positioning of all these. I'm a little bit with Sherlock Holmes, you could just watch the RDJ's version, which was 2 movies, and you'd be good. I don't know, I've been told otherwise by my sister, who absolutely loves the Sherlock Holmes franchise. Okay, it's not there. Oh, it was there the whole time. What the heck do you think you're doing? You're going right back on there. Benedict Cumberbatch. Oh yeah, him. I heard he was like the star of the Sherlock Holmes movies. I don't know for sure, but I heard that he was the star of the Sherlock Holmes movies, and apparently that was like his forming part or something. Yeah, he did a version? Yeah. I'm also told that I'm actually kind of similar to Mycroft, which is kind of funny that I actually used his name without knowing that it was from that franchise. And place on a nice level terrain now. Much better. And we're just gonna place this guy. And we'll have 3 left over. Did a TV series, but RDJ did 2 movies. Okay. I've also been told that Sherlock Holmes kind of is similar to Doctor Who in that same aspect, which I've also not seen Doctor Who, and I'm also probably not going to get into that franchise either, because, again, massive franchises. Haven't seen Doctor Who? Oh, that's, makes 2 of us. Makes 2 of us indeed. And back to 100%. I love these automatic refueling stations. They're just so convenient. And enter, launch. Automatic refueling stations have honestly made my life way better. They're just so much more fun. That terrain that loads in the middle of the core is kind of annoying because it's not actually there, but no. Place. Zoom out, place. Place here. Here. F there. Grab. And switch. Go. Then we'll do a second switch. As soon as this is ready over here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I split it accidentally, but that's okay. Alright, now we're good to go. That's just, that has 6 left in it. Then we're gonna use that. Gotta go, it's almost 2 AM and you're already falling asleep. Alright, well thank you very much for dropping by, Hope. It's too bad, I have another new tool that I wanted to show you that I haven't actually been able to show you yet. Actually, you know what, I think I can probably show you real fast before I go. But interesting thing, if I do let's see, hold on, wait, real fast, what's the name? There we go. Okay, cool. So if I shout this guy out, watch what happens. If I shout them out. Oh, come on, I mistyped it. Hold on, there we go. There we go. Look at that! Look at that! Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? That shows a clip of their stream on my overlaid on my stream.
Okay, I got
Some epic Overwatch plays. Yeah, I just thought that was really neat. Plays like a 30-second clip on my stream. I just thought that was super neat, so yeah. And I'm shouting them out because they have that guy, he made all the emotes that I use. So 20. Okay, cool. He made all the emotes, and it is neat. I'm glad you like it. I like it too. I was just having some fun with all the new toys and everything. And actually, that same site is the one that gave the 8-ball command, which the 8-ball command is also fun. And because the 8-ball is like a graphical thing, it shows up on the stream, and it's fun to see. But yeah, I don't know why the 8-ball has been zooming in, like zoomed in till it's cut off for some reason, and I don't know why. The zoom should be, the zoom should be absolutely centric to the game. The zoom should be like centered on where the 8-ball is actually placed, but no, it's zooms towards the corner because logic. I haven't figured out why it does that, because it started doing that out of the blue from nowhere. And yeah, I don't know why it's doing it, but it is what it is. Alright, we're gonna place these. Anyway, I hope you have a great night. I hope you sleep well. And have a good rest of the stream. I plan to. We're gonna have some good detonations, and for once you're not going to kill me because you're not gonna be here. That's a rare occurrence. But aside from that, I hope you have a wonderful night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And hopefully when I stream tomorrow, maybe you can come on and come on later on in the day for you, and maybe have a chat. Yeah, have a good rest. Make sure you get plenty of rest for the weekend tomorrow. Good news is you should be able to sleep in. So, well, I don't know what you have going on, but confirm. All right, cool. Have a good night. And yeah, then we'll just be over here finishing up this detonation round. Bye. Alright, and yoink. Gonna need to do a switch out, so I'll bring you over here. So this is a leap round. So we're gonna have 9 bombs. this round. 9 explosions. So, yeah. Also, the good news is I get to back up my save here, so I don't have to worry about losing all of that hydrazine that I've saved up. Because I have saved up like 6,000 hydrazine, and it's ridiculous how much hydrazine farmer I've been making. I don't ever want to see another ammonium again. I'm just kidding, I actually do. I want all the ammonium in the world. Give it to me. Get it in my storage system. But holy cow, I've been doing a lot of ammonium farming. It's nuts. Nuts, I tell you. Nuts for squirrels. But that does have the side effect of I don't really ever have to worry about fuel ever again. Most of the reason why I've been going with ammonium farming is because I have needed to support the rocket rover missions that I've been going on, because I've been going on quite a few of them. They're very expensive with fuel, and especially there's been a couple of occasions where I've lost a rocket rover, and when I lose a rocket rover, I lose a ton of fuel with it. And 100%. So when I lose a ton of fuel from a rocket rover, it really cuts into my fuel more than the actual rocket rover expedition did. Because the rocket rover expedition itself only takes like two canisters. It really doesn't take a ton. But it does take a fair amount. But if I lose it, then I lose like 288 hydrazine at once, and it's ridiculously expensive for that, with all that. So, all that to say, I've been doing a ton of hydrazine farming, and if this save should corrupt, I don't want to lose all of that because I'll have to go to a backup. So I'm glad that I get to do this, the backup with this detonation round. It's a very roundabout way of saying that. But yeah, so this is what we've been doing for the past little bit. We've freshly made these bombs, and now we're gonna blow them up as soon as we finish making them. Using hydrogen bombs to destroy our planet. So fun. How many bombs have we made so far? We've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got 3 more to go. We're using up exactly 9 bombs now. 9. 9. Stop it. There we go. All these bombs take 1 TNT to set off. So we use TNT pretty efficiently, unless I have to get rid of some large section of terrain, in which case then I use up a lot of TNT, because all that TNT just makes for a mess, and I don't want to mess up my hydrogen count, so using TNT to clean up has been reasonably helpful. I just have to farm up stuff on occasion. Okay, cool. I think that was... Wow, that's entirely blank. Go there, and there, and yoink. Enter, and interplanetary. Alright. Off we go to Visania to pick up some more loads. That's the wrong base. I don't want to go to that base. I don't want to go to that base. Just let me go to my normal base, please. There it is. Ugh. Ah. Blah, 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 blah. Tired. It's been a long day. Alright. Doink. No. There we go. And there we go. What was I gonna talk about? Had a couple talking points for the stream when I ran out of things to say like this. Yeah, let's talk about the game for now. I have been driving a ton of rocket rover stuff, as I mentioned, doing a ton of rocket rover work, taking up a ton of hydrazine. Ridiculous the amount of hydrazine it takes up, even for me. The rocket rovers have been doing quite nicely and handily in helping me figure out how this solar system works. Because the solar system does not work how it appears to work. So, I have this basic concept laid out that each planet has its own space. So imagine like this is the center. So imagine like this little ring down here is the center planet. Then up here, then this ring would be the first border, which is no what's it called? The first border, which is the jetpack border and stuff. So it's a fair ways above. Then ways above that is the second border, which is the vehicle border. Then beyond that is the terrain limit. Those are the three limits that we've had up till now. But those three limits are not the only limits that you have, because above that terrain border, then the player character is frozen. Items can float around freely. The player character is frozen. And between limits 4 and 5, between limits 3 and 4, the player character is frozen, but beacons and launch pads still work. So, like, on Glacio, I have this random launch pad in the middle of nowhere that just, you can land there, but it doesn't create anything that you can actually make, you know? It doesn't actually, you can't get out and do anything, really. You can't move. So, it's not super helpful. Then the fourth border is where beacons and launch pads stop working, but the player suddenly is free. The player can suddenly move around. I did a bit of testing on this, and a friend of mine did a bit of testing on this, and we both came up with the same results. So, that's our best bet. However, it does seem to be the case that on moons, that borders 3 and 4 are inverted, so on moons it does seem to be possible to walk to another planet. And there's another guy who's been doing that. And if he's still on when we go off, then we'll probably raid him. But he's been running all of those types of tests, and we'll have to see where he is in those tests. But should be getting kind of close towards the end of this construction of this detonation round. I said use, thank you. There we go. But yeah, it's just strange. That then the fifth border is where you stop being in the planet's vicinity, and you start being in either some other planet's vicinity or in vicinity of the triangle in the center of the solar system. Now I've tried actually traveling between those, and it is possible to travel between like between different planets using rocket rovers outside of where the game has normally allowed us to travel, but it's very difficult because your targets are invisible and your boundaries are invisible. There's only like certain indications that you crossed a boundary, and you don't necessarily know like what angle you've come into the boundary at. It's very hard to determine. Oh man, I got talking and I didn't switch out. I have to do this. Alright. Anyway, it's hard to see where those boundaries are, because there's no real physical indication of where the boundaries actually stop. It's difficult to figure all that out. Wait, no. You need to sit here. And you need to be interacted with. Pop, and enter, and off we go. It's just difficult to understand where all of that goes. It's very hard to get a grip on all this because there's just so much. But we're gonna land at Visenya. And it does seem to me that the planets are all laid out in like a line. But I don't really know how it's going, how things are happening. Yeah, it's just difficult to map out all of this. But we'll get it up. We'll get it all mapped out eventually. We get everything figured out. Then things will be just peachy. And Novus. So Novus is not actually next to Visenya in that lineup of planets. Novus is actually next to Glacio. And I don't really know what's next to Novus other than Glacio. I think Novus is the end of the line, and then Glacio is... The way I think the line goes, based off of what I found, is, let's say from right to left, we have Novus, then we have Glacio, then we have Isolo, then we have Silva, then we have Visenya, and then we have Calidor and Aatrox. So very, very different to how we're used to them being laid out. But at least there does seem to be some logic and rhyme and reason to it now, whereas before there didn't seem to be. And, yoink. Alright, there we go. And link right there. That's bomb number 8 done. However, we still have to do bomb number 9 because this is a leap round. I nearly got myself stuck there. Okay, it's all good. We are out. Also, these QTRTGs right here, they have been through hell and back. There was one time when I was in Glacio space, and I was trying to figure out things with the compass, so I was trying to hit R, and instead I accidentally hit F. And I was going full tilt in the rocket rover, so I was going like pretty fast. So I got out of the rocket rover accidentally, and then the rocket rover was just gone. And I was sitting in space. I have infinite oxygen, but like if I die, how am I going to get my stuff back? So what I did was I walked towards the planet, and I figured I'm gonna go get myself caught in between boundaries 3 and 4, because boundaries 3 and 4 are all about beacons and everything. Beacons and like everything else works within boundary 4. And boundary 4 it's just where all the beacons are. They can work in there, and you can see them on like the compass and stuff. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to get into that area. Then my death beacon will work, and I'll be able to come out and find my body on a rocket rover, because I absolutely have to get the QTRTGs back. That was interesting, but I kept in my rocket rover accidentally going to a different planet, so that would close my compass, so I would lose track of where my body was. And then once when I came back, I looked, and my body beacon was actually on the surface. It was just like a ways over from my base. It was like a long ways over from the base. So my body somehow actually managed to fall down to the surface by some freak of luck or something. I don't know. Might have been an act of God or something. Beats me. But it was one of the most fortunate happenstances in all that I've had in a very long time, because QTRTGs are limited. They are not craftable. So as you can imagine, I have stayed the absolute F away from the F key. And yes, that pun was definitely intentional. And I'm not ashamed of it in the least. So yeah, those getting out of the rocket accidentally, it gave me a heart attack. I'll just be honest. I was like, no. It felt like you just got out of the car on a highway or something ridiculous. And how is everything? I'm gonna switch these out as soon as this finishes. No, why would you do that to me? Alright, there we go. Go, little one. And that's one bomb completely done. I'm gonna take these back to Visenya. Then we'll be good to go. Now I've been doing cleanup on the Novus project. I have to do cleanup after this round, but I've been doing lots of cleanup on the Novus project, just to make sure that we get the smooth frames that we get. That way the game doesn't lag a whole lot, because it is lag central if you do not take care of those resources. And in fact, the guy who did it in creative, Rosella Gaming, he didn't take care of any of the resources at all, and so his save actually lagged to the point where it just plain refused to load and the save was lost. So my save takes like 2 or 3 minutes to load, but I've actually cut down my load times by removing resources and putting them in canisters. And it also has the side benefit of me getting to have a complete and exhaustive breakdown of the resources on Novus at the end. Which is, of course, not gonna apply for every single area, but will definitely help to kind of understand where everything is. Alright, and let's move this guy over and bring another bomb in here. There we go. That's everybody done, and we're going to hit the autosave button right here. Duplicate. Enter save name. Before detonation. Oh, wait, no. That's why it was hard to spell. For big boom. Number 33. Enter. Confirm. Freeze. Unfreeze. Confirm again. Then freeze. Then unfreeze. And then it'll be duplicated right up here. It'll come above because it'll be saved more recently. But I'm going to fix that by hopping in my shuttle. And then hopping straight back out. And now it is fixed. I said it. Ahem. Now it's fixed. Alright, cool. Can't believe I'm, I need one more fuel. Yoink. Alright, cool. Now, we just need to take the bombs out. And that's good. We're gonna grab this guy over here. Actually, before I do anything, let me head up to the... Let me head up... Do I have a VTOL around here? I think I do have a VTOL. Where is it? Here it is. Needs a little bit more hydrazine. Pop one more on. Alright, let's go try to figure out where exactly we're going to stop off at. Where exactly we're going to go with the project today. We got all the detonations to go, but we haven't really established where we want to put all the explosions. So, the whole crater is looking pretty decent, but I think this big old promontory right here is what I want to tackle today. Just because this is seeming to be the biggest bump. It's got a bit of terrain here, and then it's got a big old dent back here on this side. Then if we head over to this side, it's actually pretty decent. So we could like drive a straight line from here over to the other place and end up pretty darn close to a straight line. I think if we cut that large bit of terrain off, that should give us enough for most of a round at least. And by then I'll have a better idea as to where I want to put some more stuff. But yeah, that should be fairly nice to do today. Shouldn't be hard to do. Then we can just focus on expanding the entire bit. We haven't done a low-down bomb in a while, so we might want to do something like lower down in there. I mean, we have to do like 1,000,000 higher bombs for the lower bombs to really do anything. So. Wait, we haven't cleaned up in here? It appears we have not cleaned up in here at all. That's very good to know. I'm gonna need to clean up in there. And I'm gonna actually use some terrain. There we go. Take care of that. Alright, cool. That should be everything. We do need to get all the packagers and everything up for this, because that's a place where a bomb went off and I haven't actually cleaned up yet. I don't want all that stuff to go to the core. Oh. Apparently this VTOL does not have any type of glider. Oh, maybe the item just doesn't. I guess this must be ground scatter. This right here doesn't look like ground scatter, but apparently it is. Alright, up we go. Wait. There's some resources right here. Wow, those are cemented. Alright, up we go. Back home. And we're accumulating a little bit of speed, which is nice. I'll land over here. Cool. Alright, let's go blow some stuff up, shall we? Yoink. Alright, for more efficient transportation, we're gonna take this guy across with the hoverboard. That way we could just have some nice, clean, fast transport. Even then, it's still really super long. There's just so much distance involved. It really doesn't look like I cleaned up here either. That blows. I might have to clean up mid-round. And place right there. And you're absolutely right, I'm getting far away from that thing. Because that's a big bang. Oh yeah, that's where it's at. Except now we have some glitched terrain, which really kind of sucks. I'm following this all the way down because I don't want it to get stuck. Sick and tired of these things getting stuck halfway to the core. I just wanted to go all the way to the core. I can handle it in the core. We'll be fine. It's outside the core that I got a problem. And up we go. Yeah, we've got some terrain issues here. That's unusual. This must be a really thin piece of terrain. Yeah, it is. In reality, it's really thin. I'm gonna try to take care of most of it with the terrain tool. Since it's a really thin piece of terrain, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then we can let the rest of the problem children sort themselves out. A nice big explosion. When does this chunk unload? Fair distance away, so we're good. That's a lot of fuel we used. We can't afford to tarry around with all of these things, because we'll run out of fuel if we do. We have a long ways to travel. We can't take too much fuel because I don't want to lose too much fuel on dying. If I die, then my fuel blows up. Makes me a miniature crater. Oh, we need to be over here. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. And here we are. I need to go grab some fuel. Actually, I need to grab 2 bits of fuel. 2 rounds of fuel. There we go. And, there we go. Now I have a magical piece of dynamite on my magical backpack. And here we are with the next bomb. I really should have gotten boosted by that guy, but I didn't. That's okay, I don't need to be boosted. You can actually land on those crates. Those crates are locked in space and time, and I can't do anything about it. I'll have to blow them up at some point. But I don't feel like it, really, because I don't need to. I tried getting rid of them earlier, and they just came back, so there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Alright, so we brought a little bit of extra fuel. So we should have a little bit of room to clean up after this bomb goes off. That should be good. Nice. And that's glitched terrain all taken care of. What are you doing? Like, what are you guys doing floating in here? You know what? That's okay. I'm just gonna go up. Take care of this bit of terrain right here. And we'll all go home, have fun. And right there. Nope. Nope. I fell off. I didn't mean to fall off, but stop changing my camera. Thank you. Let me have control of my camera. I hate the camera controls in this game. If the camera wouldn't be auto-correcting itself, that would be really amazing. Like, the camera auto-correcting itself can be useful at times. But majority of the time it's not useful and it's just annoying. When it's annoying, it's extremely annoying. What I wouldn't give for a completely free camera. That would be so amazing. And that's most of the terrain gone. So we'll just make sure to mop up every last little bit of terrain. We really don't want to leave any stuff hanging there. I want this to be, within the best of my ability, a good, decent-sized hole. And that is fairly well done. Nice. All right, let's go. Let's go with this side next. Can we? I don't know if we can get away with doing it from the top. We might have to do it from the bottom. I'd have to do it from like right about there. It'd be hard to carve me out a spot though. Let me actually carve me out a spot real fast. Yeah, it's my own private little cave. Alright, back home we go. And come in for a nice little landing on some terrain. Yikes. That's the side of a mountain. And give me, thank you. There we go, right here. I clearly can't get to that from here. Just gonna have to go around like a normal person. We have a very tight fuel margin this round. Or this bomb, so we're gonna have to be careful how we budget our fuel. I think the hole's already looking better. This is the same hole that I was going for earlier. Yes, it is. There's my little hidey hole. Place the bomb right next to it. Found my hidey hole. Ah! Fell out of my hidey hole. Yee. Oh god, that's so stressful. Alright. Grab the dynamite, place the dynamite. Hope to god the dynamite doesn't blow up before you leave. And go. Ooh, that was a good one. Nice one. Oh, all the trees are... Hey, most of the trees despawned. All the trees despawn. That's good. I was worried they might not. I do need to take care of these guys, though. There we go. Now it's all gone. Because those plants didn't quite get blown up. Then we can place the next bomb, like, right about here, kind of. Make us a nice big hole for it. Oh, that should be big enough. Alright, and head back on a very, very tight fuel budget. And I'm keeping to the sides of the crater because I may not have enough fuel. And so if I don't have enough fuel, I want to conserve it. So I don't want to be in a place where I will be trapped in the core if I don't end up having any. Alright, now we're good. And right here. Come on, give it to me. Thank you. Oh, I have extra fuel. What was I thinking? Alright, well, I need to go grab some of this fuel right here, then. And come on. Okay, cool. Now we're good. We're gonna grab not the cable plug. Bomb. Alright, we're in good hands here. We've got plenty of juice to go. Not like excessive amounts, but we got enough. And this big old promontory right here. Great, but it's pretty close to where I want to actually place the bomb. Where I want to actually place the bomb. That right here? No, that's not right here. That's right here. No, that's not right here. Where was I going to place the bomb? I know it had ammonium on it. Had like ammonium and resin and all that beautiful stuff on it. I really need to go around and clean up all of these extra trenches and everything. Oh, no, that was this thing. Alright, cool. We are good. There we go. And run! Away! Detonate. Ooh, that was good. A good one. Good one. That's a real good one. Hello. You're new. You're fun. Can take you home. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun with you. Technology research items are interesting. I must have been on a wreck or something. Alright, well, we're back home without the bomb again. I'm used to playing fetch with the bombs, but I just haven't been doing it, so it's been feeling weird because I haven't been able to do it. Oh, well, handy, there's a packager right here. Wouldn't you believe that? There we go. On you go. Speaking of on, let's get some dynamite on us. That is perfectly good enough. And let's get some more fuel on us. Then we're gonna go grab another bomb. And off we go. Off we set with another bomb. All these explosions are fun. Ooh. That was a nice big boost. Head out into the void of the crater, which is basically just whiteness at this point. Oh, look at this thing looming out of the whiteness. Whatever could it be? Oh, it looks like a gateway. Wow. And we're gonna place you right here. Carve me out a hole. Then I'm gonna place me some dynamite. And we're gonna run like crazy. And explode. That automatic camera almost got me killed. Oh, great. Well, fun. I have a little circle now. Doesn't help me though. I'm gonna have to spend a bit of time with that one. But I have a circle. Not easy to get a circle in Astroneer. That's a pretty darn good circle too. I'll worry about that later. Probably clean it up off stream. Why is the camera so jerky? What are you? Are you anything? You're a research item. So are you. I just can't click you because logic reasons. Alright. Floating research items aside. Speaking of, there's another floating research item. There's another one. So many floating research items. Oh my gosh. Man, if only I needed the research. Alright. We're gonna go with, and we used up almost exactly one single hydrazine from that. I'm gonna go pop another dynamite, please. Thank you. And then we're gonna grab another bomb. Okay, now we've got enough to grab some fuel, so I'm gonna grab a little bit of fuel. Yoink. And yoink again. Cool. Next bomb. And up we go. Alright, let's figure out where we're gonna set this down. Fortunately, it's kind of night, getting on towards night on the other side there, which is really helpful. It'll be much easier to see when I get over to the other side. Because when night's approaching, you can kind of see that little bit of, darkness heading on in. The darkness actually gives clarity, so you can tell there's not much that you can see around here like this. So I'm gonna place you right here. You should be more than good. And detonate now. Bang! And that's a very nice detonation. Very clean, too. All the lag is cleared out. That circle is still there. There's still some compound sitting right here. Have to worry about that later. Wait, is it? It is touchable. It's not cemented, but it does work. I'm gonna have to take care of all of that debris and everything. Random bit of laterite. Hey, Earl of Gaming, how are you doing, man? Wait, it says your message is from 5:44, but my computer's timestamp reads 5:43. How are you in the future? Oh my gosh. Earl of Gaming, more like Earl of Time Travel. We're just doing the last couple detonations for Novus project. Or for this round of Novus project, not for the entire project. Good heavens. Magical. Wow. Respect, dude. Respect. It's still 5:43 p.m. on my end. Now it's 5:44. Man, your powers are incredible. No wonder you're so good at Rocket League. I'm gonna grab. I need a dynamite. Yeah, we've been doing some nice cleanup work on the crater. And you know what? Those areas that I need to clean up, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna. No, it's gonna be way harder to clean it up if they're in midair. Wait, I didn't get enough fuel. I need to get more fuel. I forgot about the fuel. There we go. Now we got all the fuel. So how are you doing, Mr. Earl of Gaming? And thank you very much for dropping by. It's good to see you. Hey, I almost fell into the pit because I clicked on something else real fast. Oh, I'm not moving. I was still pressing W from before. Yeah, it's definitely getting on towards night on this side of the crater, which is really nice. I have also accidentally created a circle in the Astroneer. Pretty good. You can just stay for maybe 45 minutes and then you have to go to sleep, but definitely want to say hello. Well, I really appreciate it. I also hope you like my circle. I think that's quite a nice circle. I appreciate it. I'm probably not going to be live for too much longer. I've been going for about 3.5 hours, so we're probably going to call it in maybe another half an hour or so. So, that should be completely fine. I am going to destroy my circle, though. But, I do want to appreciate that circle for the last bit. Because that was... What the circle was, all these detonations are spherical, so we had a detonation over here, and then we had another detonation over here, and they overlapped a little bit, and the result was a very pretty circle, which is actually unexpectedly round and satisfying. So, I don't know, I hope you like my circle, because it's gone now. Ooh, nice one. Well, most of it's gone. No worries, when you're in streaming, you'll go sleeping. And yeah, the circle is dope. Yeah, I love this. It's a circle. It's a circle in a game about triangles. How much better can you get? I have to dig up this bit of terrain. Hurts. All these little extra bits of terrain are difficult to handle. Because I don't want to end up with a million little floating islands. And I can't just, like, dedicate an entire bomb to blow up one tiny island, so I have to use my terrain tool. Which kind of sucks, because some of these can get pretty darn big. But if they get too big, I do have some TNT back there that I'll occasionally use to blow them up. I am going to take care of this island, though. This island needs to go. I think... Is this island... How big is this island? It's not that big. We'll deal with it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Talk about an impressive background to dig by. Yeah, Tactical mentioned that when it's daytime, the crater looks like being dead in Phasmophobia, and I cannot get that out of my head ever since she mentioned it. Just too true. It legit does look like you're dead in Phasmophobia when it's daytime, because it's just light fog and you can't see anything because this atmosphere is so thick. But actually, Earl of Gaming, do you stream? I'm curious at all. Do you stream at all? I don't really remember if you do. Ah, no! Don't fall into the crater. Then you can kind of see the sun coming up over the horizon over there. Which is actually east, which is kind of neat. I seem to remember Tactical mentioning that you streamed at one point, but I don't really remember a whole ton about it. Wanted to earlier, but your upload speed was ridiculous, so I'll try one tomorrow. Okay, so you do stream a little bit. Here, I want to show you a cool... well, have you streamed in the past? Like, have you ever streamed at all? If you haven't, that's totally okay. And here we go. Getting the underside, so it's a little less of a hassle to get when I'm moving around. Stream most times RPGs like Assassin's Creed, God of War, and sometimes Rocket League 3 to 4 times a week. Nice. Good for you. I want to show you something cool. I have new shoutout technology. But I don't want to shout out somebody who's not streaming, so I'm gonna shout you out and watch this. Pause the music for that. Sorry, that was very abrupt.
Nice.
Oh, dang, that was a headshot and a half.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, that guy's very dead. Sure showed him.
Have any one of you see how that happened? Because I haven't.
But yeah, that shows, yeah, anyway, that little tool shows a clip from your stream whenever I do the shoutout command, which I thought is super cool, so. Anyway, I just wanted to show you. Anyway, you guys should all go follow Earl of Gaming if you don't already. Awesome, that was actually fun. Nice. I'm glad the random gods have picked well. But yeah, it's just a random clip of a random time during your stream. I got a compound accidentally. And yeah, it doesn't always match up with the same game if you play multiple games on the same stream. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna show the same game, but it's just a random clip from any time during the last stream. Which is really fun. Anyway, I can't wait to show that to Tactical. And whenever Tactical does come in, I'll show her. But Tactical rarely ever shows up at my streams. I don't think I'm honestly super. I don't think the stuff that I stream is honestly that interesting to her, so she doesn't really stop in a whole lot, which is totally fine. Everyone has their own prerogatives. Yeah, whenever Tactical does stop in, I want to show it to her because I think she'll like it a lot. Alright, how we doing on fuel? Okay, nice. We're doing pretty good. Whoa. Oh, okay, I managed to get the dynamite. She streamed Astroneer as well? Yes, she streamed it a little bit. She kind of got bored of the game. She actually... That's how I got to know her, is when she was streaming Astroneer, I came on to her channel. That's how I got to know her. Yeah, she just kind of got bored of it, which is totally fair. And people get bored of the game. Doesn't mean that it's a bad game. Doesn't mean that the game is doesn't have any more content. It's just not quite their style, you know. I think she probably said she was gonna check it out for the next update, which should be fun. The next update. Have you heard about the next update yet? Because there is some new, there's some leaks out there. The big leak is that the next update, Astroneer is coming to Switch, and there's also space snails in the next update, and they're also ridiculously cute. So, I'm gonna get rid of some of this surface stuff. We're gonna get rid of all this stuff with a big ol' bomb. Hello, battery. When is the update? I don't know when the update is. Medium wind turbine. You know, I don't care. You're just gonna blow up. If you blow up, that's fine. I don't really mind. Battery's kind of nice, but medium turbine, nobody needs. Detonate. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice big circle. I'll wait for everything to fall down and some things to disobey the laws of physics. And I'm gonna take care of this little bit of terrain right here. Alright, back we go. Also, something kind of interesting. I don't think anybody's really seen the underside of an active gateway. It's got this cool little triangle underneath it. It's really interesting. See, you can see way farther at night than you can during the day. Which is kind of paradoxical, because theoretically you should be able to see more during the day, but this is just such a foggy planet. Way more foggy than the Earth. Although, actually, I don't know for sure how the Earth's atmosphere would respond to a third of the planet disappearing. Alright, I'm gonna place the small battery down here. And, oh, we're doing not too bad on fuel. I can go over here, grab another dynamite. Why are you doing this? What on earth happened with that? Why would the printer stop printing on this storage that it was supposed to be printing on? There we go. Now it's printing on that storage. Okay. That's dangerous. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to live with that for now. That was just printing dynamite for the entire time we were out there. But apparently, now I've got 1 billion dynamite sitting around there. Fun. If anybody sets it off, I will end them. Medium generator. Well, that'll be the end of my base. I'll have to use a backup save. Alright, bomb number 9, and final bomb of the round. Final bang of the round. And thankfully, we took all day about that, so the day is pretty much over. So we can see the crater for all of its glory. Gotten a fairly good bit done today. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I love how the gateway is just completely dwarfed by the crater. You know what? For this last hurrah, let's get rid of this mountain. What's left of this mountain range just needs to go. So if I place you right here, you should get rid of everything. And it's a long ways away, but it'll do at least. Alright, off we go. Oh, that was good. Left some terrain on the end, but that's not too bad. Let's just take care of this little bit of extra terrain right here while we make everything fall down. And this bit of... Hey, what am I gonna do with you, huh? What am I gonna do with you? Can I blow you up at all? I mean, you just took the biggest blast in the history of blasts, and... nothing. I might bring back a piece of TNT and see if I can blow it up or not. I think I'll do that. Just because I can. Man, you can just basically see straight to the other side of the planet. It's just like, it just feels like a vast cliff, like you're on the edge of a vast cliff when you look down there. I mean, you are, but like it feels like the cliff goes all the way to the other side of the planet. The other side of the crater now looks just like it's straight down instead of being a crater. Blowing up is always fun. It is indeed always fun. I really want to see if we can blow up that little bit of debris because I really don't want to deal with it too much. I don't want to have to build soil out to it and then make it fall and all that fun stuff. I'd like to just get rid of it. But in order to do that, we're going to need some more TNT. We're gonna need a little bit more fuel too. While we are at it, there we go. More fuel. Alright, let's see what we can do to this bit of debris out here. See? This is what Tactical was talking about, how there is no way you're seeing anything. This is just like dying in Phasmophobia. It's just a white void. Everything is faint. All this stuff's just coming out of the fog. Really kind of intimidating. Oh wow, we went straight to the junk we're trying to blow up. That was definitely intentional. And place. And place. Alright. Don't need to back off too far. How we doing? Oh, yes! It is all blown up. We are all good. And it blew up into really strange components that were definitely not part of it before. I mean, it is really just because Astroneer just has generic debris models. But that is nice that you can blow things like that up. Can't blow up research items, though, and you can't blow up these stones. At least those wrecks aren't going to be everywhere. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna... Oh yeah, look, up there. There's a bomb from way back in the day. Way back in the day. I got multiple different bombs trapped in multiple different places, and there's not really anything that I can do about it. And save. We gotta wait for this sun to pass by, but we should be able to get a nice little view of what we've done so far today in the crater. We just take the shuttle and fall down. Feel like the Milky Way in the background with the color changing triangles. I think it's really cool, yeah. It's a nice skybox that Astroneer has. But the cool thing is, here we are sitting at the core of the planet. The freaking core of the freaking planet. And well, you can see daylight kind of taking over, and you really can't see anything. Like, the entire thing is foggy now. And, speaking of milky, the entire sky is milky white. I'm going to hold right click on this, and then we're gonna go up. Really cool you can see all that, but it's been a while since we uncovered a new one of those. We should try to uncover a new one of those at some point here. And here's the gateway. Other than that, I'm just literally flying up in a milky void. And here we are, above the curvature of the atmosphere. Actually super clear out here. Holy cow, it's nice and clear. All the smog is gone. I'm entering the shuttle, though. Way back down. If I was recording that and I could, like, reverse that footage, footage would look like we were blasting off or something, which would be kind of cool. But now night is taking over. It's really cool. You can kind of just see the night line, like the line of night. On the one side of the shuttle is day, and on the one side of the shuttle is night. Doesn't stay in place for long enough for much, but it does work. Alright. Time to get the screenshot fingers ready. We're going to try to take a progress screenshot. Oh, that was a nice one. Alright, so that should be a good progress screenshot for today. And post that in the Discord. And then we should be good to hit interplanetary. Oh yeah, that looks much smoother on this side. So before we had a big old bump on this side. And I think I'm going to wait for the sun to come around a fair bit. Because I want to... we should be able to get a nice little... like, the atmosphere should be nice and white here. So that's actually where we're at. I'll take that screening while we're waiting. Actually, hold on. We're gonna let that little bit get hidden. Come on. And that little bit is right where my base is, by the way. Then we're gonna do... here. And then we can do a little bit of photographic magic and make it look like most of the planet is gone just by taking this screenshot right here, because that looks much... that looks like it's like most of the planet is freaking gone. Just because of how thick the atmosphere is. But yeah. That is a definite bit of progress done today. We got a lot done. Novus is truly waning in this area. So, let's see. I want to check something real fast. Oh, we've got a... I think what we're gonna do is probably call it a day today, and we do have somebody to raid. If you guys know who I'm talking about, he's an influential member of the Astroneer community. Really an awesome guy. And we're gonna go raid him, and we will have a lot of fun doing it. Here, there we go. Alright, we should have everybody in on the raid, and if you join in on the raid, you'll get 250 channel points, which is basically half of a Dix per crate. So if you stick around for long enough, go through like 2 raids, which if you go through more than enough for those streams, then you'll have plenty of time to hit the actual get an actual Dix per crate. But 2 raids equals a Dix per crate, so stick around for the raid, and I will see you guys on the other side. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you later.